Meanwhile, at Ollivander's in the dusty back room, someone has to count every single wand box before dawn, even when the shop has been selling them for over 2,000 years. Welcome, friend. You've wandered into another quiet corner of worlds, both magical and mundane. Tonight we're stepping into the cramped back offices of Ollivander's wand shop, where the ancient task of inventory becomes a meditation, and where one of the wizarding world's oldest establishments reveals itself through the most tedious of administrative duties. Here, with a clipboard and a self-inking quill, you'll discover that even in a shop where every wand chooses its wizard, someone still needs to count the stock and update the ledgers, no matter how many thousands of boxes line the shelves. So before you settle in for this shift with me, take a moment to like this video and subscribe, so we can keep bringing you more tales from the ordinary side of extraordinary places. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from tonight. It's always good to know who's keeping me company during these long counts. Now get comfortable, let the quiet hush of the room surround you, and allow the small steady moments of a London wand shop's inventory night to guide you gently toward rest. The brass bell above Ollivander's front door chimes its final time for the evening as Mr. Garrick Ollivander ushers out the last customer, a nervous first year who finally found her match with a willow and unicorn hair wand after trying 47 different combinations. You watch from behind the counter as the old wand maker locks the door with a satisfying click, flips the sign from open to closed, and turns to you with the slight smile of someone who's about to assign a very long task. "Ah yes, Tuesday evening," he says in that soft, silvery voice that always sounds like he's sharing a secret. "Inventory night, as we discussed. I do appreciate your willingness to stay late for this. The quarterly count is extensive." Extensive is an understatement. You've worked at Ollivander's for 8 months now, helping with customer service, organising shipments, and learning the intricate craft of wand making. But you've never done a full inventory count. The shop has been in continuous operation since 382 BC, and while the stock rotates, the sheer number of wands waiting for their wizards is genuinely staggering. "I've left the inventory ledgers on your desk," Mr. Ollivander continues, moving toward the back of the shop with his characteristic gliding walk. "Start with the front room, all the accessible boxes from floor to ceiling on the main walls. Then work your way back through the storage rooms. The system is quite straightforward. Verify each wand is in its correct box, confirm the label matches the ledger, note any discrepancies. Simple, but thorough. Simple, perhaps. Thorough, definitely. Time-consuming, absolutely. The shop after closing feels different from the shop during business hours. The afternoon sunlight has faded completely, leaving the interior lit only by the warm glow of oil lamps that Mr. Ollivander prefers to more modern magical lighting. He says the gentle, steady light is better for the wands, less likely to interfere with their inherent magical properties. The result is a shop that feels suspended in time, unchanged from how it might have looked centuries ago. The walls of Ollivander's are lined floor to ceiling with narrow boxes, thousands upon thousands of them, each containing a single wand waiting patiently for the wizard or witch it will eventually choose. The boxes are slim and rectangular, pale and dusty, stacked in columns that reach toward the high ceiling, where they disappear into shadows that the lamplight doesn't quite penetrate. You take a moment to really observe the front room now that the bustle of customers has ceased. The floor is made of wide oak planks, darkened with age and polish, worn smooth by literally millions of footsteps over the centuries. In some places near the counter, the wood has developed shallow depressions where countless customers have stood, shifting their weight nervously while trying wand after wand. The floorboards creak in familiar patterns when you walk across them. A soft groan near the door, a higher-pitched squeak near the window, a comfortable settling sound near the counter. The air itself has a particular quality, thick with the accumulated magic of thousands of wands, scented with wood and leather, and that indefinable smell that seems to be pure magic itself. It's not unpleasant, this smell, rather it's comforting in its specificity. This is what Ollivander's smells like, what it has smelled like for generations, and what it will continue to smell like long after you've finished this inventory and moved on to other things. Behind the counter where you stand is the small workspace area, a desk with various record-keeping materials, a stool that's probably as old as the shop itself, and a collection of measuring tools, scales, and other wand-making implements that Mr. Ollivander uses when crafting new wands or performing repairs. The desk's surface is worn smooth by generations of use, its wood bearing the marks of countless measurements and annotations. You can see tiny knife marks where wand makers have tested woods, small burn marks from cores that reacted unexpectedly, ink stains from ledgers that spilled decades or centuries ago. The desk has 3 drawers on the right side, each one filled with specific supplies. The top drawer contains measuring tools, delicate calipers for checking wand diameter, spelled measuring tapes that never stretch or shrink, tiny scales accurate to 1/10 of a gram for weighing cores. The middle drawer holds writing implements, quills of various types, ink bottles in different colours, each colour meaning something specific in Mr. Ollivander's notation system, blotting paper and spare parchment. The bottom drawer is for miscellaneous items, spare wand boxes in various sizes, labels, a pot of mild adhesive for repairs, and a collection of small tools whose purposes you're still learning. Mr. Ollivander retrieves 2 large leather-bound ledgers from a cabinet and places them on the desk with a soft thump that sends a small cloud of dust motes dancing in the lamplight. The ledgers are heavy, their pages yellowed with age, filled with neat handwriting in various inks that change colour and style as you flip through the years and decades and centuries of recorded inventory. The ledgers themselves are remarkable objects. The older one, which contains historical records dating back several centuries, has a cover made from dragon hide, not the scales but the softer leather from beneath them. The hide is deep brown, almost black in some lights, and it has the characteristic texture of dragon leather, incredibly durable, slightly warm to the touch, and completely impervious to stains or damage. The corners are reinforced with tarnished silver, and the spine is repaired in 3 places with careful stitching that shows different thread colours from different eras of repair. The current ledger, which contains records from 1950 onward, is bound in standard calfskin leather, spelled for durability and preservation. Its cover is a lighter brown, smooth and well maintained, with Mr. Ollivander's personal seal embossed on the front. A wand crossed with an olive branch, surrounded by text in Latin that you've never quite managed to fully translate. The current stock begins on page 347, he explains, opening the top ledger to a section marked with a purple ribbon. Each entry includes the wand specifications, wood type, core material, length, and flexibility, along with the box number and location. Cross-reference each physical box with the ledger entry. If you find any wands that are mislabeled or misplaced, make a note in the discrepancy column. You nod, examining the ledger's format more carefully now. The handwriting is immaculate. Mr. Ollivander's own script, you recognise, precise and elegant. Each entry is a single line with multiple columns carefully drawn with a ruler and permanent ink. The columns are box number, alphanumeric code, location code, indicating which section and shelf, wood type, full name, no abbreviations, core material, specific type and source when relevant, length in inches and quarter inches, flexibility using standardized terms, date crafted, day, month, year, status, available, chuck, sold, chuck, reserved, under repair, and notes, a wider column for any special information. The consistency of the format is remarkable. Whether you're looking at an entry from last week or an entry from 50 years ago, the structure is identical. This standardization, you realise, is what makes the system work across generations of Ollivanders. Any wand maker in the family line can pick up these ledgers and immediately understand the information presented. "I'll be in the workshop if you need anything," Mr. Ollivander says, gesturing toward the door at the rear of the shop that leads to his private crafting space. "Take your time. Accuracy is far more important than speed. The wands have waited years or decades to find their wizards. They can wait another few hours while we ensure proper accounting." With that, he disappears through the workshop door, leaving you alone in the lamplit shop with thousands of wands and the task of counting every single one. You take a moment to prepare your workspace properly. The desk is cluttered with the day's business. Receipts from sales, notes about customer consultations, a few spare wand boxes waiting to be shelved, a cup of tea, long since cold, that Mr. Ollivander apparently forgot about, and various small items that accumulate during a busy retail day. You clear these aside carefully, organising them into neat piles that you'll deal with after the inventory and create a proper working area. First, you move all the sales receipts to the far left corner of the desk, stacking them neatly with the most recent on top. These will need to be filed in the business ledger eventually, but that's not tonight's task. Next, you gather the customer consultation notes, scraps of parchment with observations about particular customers' needs or preferences. Some of these notes go back weeks, waiting for customers who promised to return but haven't yet. You clip these together and set them aside. The spare wand boxes need to be shelved, but you decide to leave that task for later as well. Instead, you stack them neatly on the floor beneath the desk where they won't be in the way. The cold tea you pour out into a small basin that Mr. Ollivander keeps for such purposes. Then you rinse the cup and set it aside. Finally, you clear away the miscellaneous items, a broken quill, some crumpled parchment, a few stray wand care pamphlets that customers decided not to take. With the desk cleared, you arrange your working materials with deliberate care. The ledgers occupy the centre of the desk, open to the current inventory section. To the left, you place a stack of blank parchment for notes and discrepancy reports. At least 20 sheets, possibly more if you encounter significant problems. To the right, your wand, 12 inches, ash and phoenix feather, reasonably supple, which you'll need for the occasional Lumos charm when examining boxes in the higher, darker reaches of the walls. A self-inking quill sits in its stand, spelled to never run dry and to write in a clear, consistent script. You test it on a scrap of parchment, watching the peacock blue ink flow smoothly without blotting or feathering. The quill is a pleasure to use, well balanced and responsive, the kind of tool that makes tedious work slightly less tedious. You've used cheaper self-inking quills before, the kind that skip or blob or run out of magic after a few hours. This one is clearly quality, probably made by one of the better magical stationers in Diagon Alley, spelled by someone who understands that good tools matter. You also set out a ruler for checking measurements if needed, a small magnifying glass for reading faded labels, a clean cloth for wiping dust from boxes, and a glass of fresh water from the carafe that Mr. Ollivander thoughtfully left for you. Everything is arranged within easy reach, creating a workspace that's efficient and organised. The clock on the wall shows 6:47 p.m. The shop closed at 6:30, which means you have the entire night ahead of you. Mr. Ollivander mentioned that the last full inventory took approximately 11 hours, though that was conducted by someone with more experience in the shop's organisational system. You're estimating this will take you until dawn at least, possibly longer if you discover significant discrepancies that require investigation. But that's fine. You actually find something deeply satisfying about inventory work, about the systematic process of counting and verifying, about the way large, overwhelming tasks become manageable when broken down into single, simple actions repeated thousands of times. There's a meditative quality to it, a rhythm that the mind can settle into, allowing thoughts to drift while hands perform their practiced movements. You've always been drawn to work like this, Work that requires attention, but not constant mental effort. Work that allows your mind to rest in a kind of active quietness. Other people find such tasks boring or frustrating, but you find them calming. The repetition is soothing rather than tedious. The accumulation of small completions provides steady satisfaction rather than impatience for larger results. You stand and stretch, preparing your body for the long night ahead. Rolling your shoulders backward and forward, you feel the small pops and releases of joints settling into alignment. You flex your fingers, spreading them wide and then making tight fists, warming up the small muscles that will be handling thousands of boxes tonight. You take a deep breath, filling your lungs completely, then release it slowly, settling your mind into the calm focus that the work requires. The shop is quiet now. The usual street sounds from Diagon Alley, muffled by the thick walls and spelled windows that protect the wands from external magical interference. You can hear the soft ticking of the clock, steady and unchanging, marking seconds and minutes without concern for human impatience. You can hear the occasional creak of old wood settling, the building adjusting its weight in ways that buildings do when they've stood for centuries. And you can hear your own breathing, steady and calm, matching the rhythm you'll need to maintain throughout the night. The first box is at eye level on the wall, directly behind the counter, labelled A001 in faded ink. You pull it carefully from its shelf, feeling the slight resistance as it slides free from decades of accumulated dust. The box is cool to the touch, its pale wood smooth and unmarked except for the label. It weighs almost nothing. Wands are light objects, even in their boxes, but there's a certain presence to it, a sense that you're holding something significant despite its physical insignificance. You open the ledger to the first entry and read carefully. A01, main room, behind counter, section A, oak, dragon heartstring, 11.5 inches, slightly springy, crafted, 1842, available. The entry tells you everything you need to verify. You open the box with care, lifting the lid slowly to avoid disturbing the wand unnecessarily. Inside, the wand rests in its velvet lining, exactly as described. The velvet is deep purple, faded with age but still intact, still providing the soft cushioning that protects the wand from shock and vibration. The wand itself is beautiful in its simplicity. Oak wood, pale tan in colour, with the subtle grain pattern typical of oak, fine lines running the length of the wand, slightly darker bands every few inches where the tree's growth rings were. The wood has been sanded perfectly smooth, polished to a soft sheen that catches the lamplight without being glossy. The wand has no decorative elements. Mr. Ollivander believes that wands should be pure function, that ornamentation interferes with the magical connection between wand and wizard. You carefully lift the wand to verify the core type, holding it gently between two fingers. Even through the wood, you can sense the contained power of the dragon heartstring, feeling the faint warmth that such cores typically produce. Dragon heartstring cores have a distinctive magical signature, a kind of thrumming energy, like a plucked string vibrating at a frequency just below hearing. This wand has that signature, confirming the core type. The length is correct. You hold it up to the ruler on your desk briefly, confirming 11.5 inches. The flexibility you test very gently, applying the slightest pressure to the tip while holding the base. The wand bends slightly, springy as noted, but not overly flexible. Just a slight give, indicating responsiveness without weakness. Everything matches. You replace the wand in its box carefully, ensuring it's seated properly in the velvet lining. You close the lid gently. You check the label once more against the ledger entry, confirming the box number matches. Then you take your quill and make a small precise tick mark in the verification column of the ledger. Box A001. Verified, accurate, accounted for. 1 down, approximately 6,000 to go. The night's work has begun, and you settle into the rhythm that will carry you through until dawn. Box A2 sits directly next to A01, and you continue the systematic process. Remove box, open ledger to correct entry, verify contents, check label, make tick mark, replace box. The second wand is elm with unicorn hair core, 10 inches, quite bendy. It matches the ledger perfectly, its pale wood gleaming softly in the lamplight. Elm is a fascinating wood, lighter in colour than oak, with a straight grain that shows as fine parallel lines. This particular piece has a slight pinkish undertone that some elms develop, probably from the tree's exposure to sun on one side during growth. The wood feels smooth and slightly cool, denser than you might expect from its appearance. When you lift this wand to check the core, the magical signature is entirely different from the dragon heartstring of the previous wand. Unicorn hair cores feel stable, balanced, with a kind of steady hum rather than the thrumming pulse of dragon heartstring. It's like the difference between a plucked string and a sustained note. Both are magical, both are powerful, but they express that power in fundamentally different ways. After the first 10 boxes, you begin to develop a rhythm. Your hands learn the motion of sliding boxes from shelves. A gentle pull straight out, avoiding the temptation to tilt or angle, which might cause other boxes to shift. Your eyes learn to scan labels and ledger entries efficiently, picking out the key information without reading every word each time. And your mind begins to enter that particular state of focused relaxation that repetitive tasks can produce. It's not quite meditation, not quite work, something in between, where time passes differently and the task becomes almost automatic. You're aware of what you're doing, but not intensely focused on it. Your conscious mind can wander slightly while your trained hands and eyes continue the work. This is the state you are hoping to achieve, the state that makes long tasks bearable and even pleasant. The shop's silence is profound but not complete. There are sounds, small ones, that become noticeable only when you stop and listen. The ticking of the clock steady and unchanging, providing a rhythmic backdrop to everything else. The soft whisper of your robes as you move along the wall, fabric brushing against itself with each movement. The gentle scrape of boxes sliding in and out of their positions, wood against wood, a sound that's been happening in this shop for centuries. The scratch of the quill when you make notes, the sound somehow both harsh and satisfying. Occasionally, a faint creak from somewhere deep in the shop's structure, the ancient buildings settling or shifting in ways that buildings do when they've stood for centuries. Outside, you can hear the very distant sounds of Diagon Alley settling into evening. The occasional voice, muffled by walls and windows, as someone passes by. The closing of a shop door somewhere down the street, the faint chime of another shop's bell. A cart rolling over cobblestones, its wheels creating a rhythmic rumble that fades into the distance. These sounds are so quiet that you have to strain to hear them, and they only emphasize how silent the shop itself is. The wands themselves are silent, but they have a presence. Each box contains not just a tool, but a potential relationship, a connection waiting to happen between wood and core and wizard. You can feel it sometimes, a subtle awareness, as if the wands are watching, waiting, patient but not passive. Mr. Ollivander often speaks about how wands choose wizards, and spending time alone with thousands of them, you begin to understand what he means. They're not quite alive, but they're not quite inert either, something in between, like sleeping creatures waiting for the right moment to wake. You've seen it happen during the day when customers try wands. Most wands produce no reaction at all. They're simply wood and core in the customer's hand, inert and unresponsive. But when the right wizard holds the right wand, there's an immediate change. The wand warms or vibrates slightly, or produces sparks, or simply feels right in a way that can't be explained. The wand wakes up, recognizes its match, and chooses. Section A contains approximately 300 boxes, organized alphabetically by by wood type within numerical order. You work through them steadily: ash, aspen, beech, blackthorn, black walnut, cedar, cherry, chestnut, cypress. Each wood type has its own characteristics, its own visual and tactile qualities that you've learned to recognise during your months working at the shop. Ash wands have a slight grey cast to their surface, smooth and fine-grained. The wood is strong without being heavy, resilient without being flexible. When you hold an ash wand, it feels solid and dependable, like something that will last for generations without losing its integrity. The grain pattern is distinctive, straight and even, with occasional darker flecks that add visual interest without compromising the wood's strength. Beechwood is paler, almost white when freshly cut, aging to a gentle cream colour. It's softer than ash, easier to work but no less magical in its properties. Beech wands have a kind of wisdom to them, Mr. Ollivander says. They're drawn to young wizards with old souls, to those who have understanding beyond their years. The wood feels smooth and slightly warm, as if it holds captured sunlight. Cherry has that distinctive reddish tint, ranging from soft pink to deep red-brown, depending on the specific tree and how it was treated. The surface shows the small natural marks that characterize fruitwoods: tiny pin knots, occasional mineral streaks, subtle color variations that make each piece unique. Cherry wands are beautiful objects, prized as much for their appearance as for their magical properties. When polished properly, cherry wood develops a deep, lustrous finish that seems to glow from within. Each wood type is matched with cores that complement their properties. Dragon heartstring for power and durability, the strongest core capable of the most powerful magic, but also the most likely to be swayed to dark purposes in the wrong hands. Unicorn hair for consistency and loyalty. Wands with this core are the most faithful to their wizards, the least likely to change allegiance, though they lack the raw power of dragon heartstring. Phoenix feather for the greatest range, but also the most selectivity. These cores produce wands capable of the widest variety of magic, but they're extraordinarily picky about their wizards. By box A045, you've fallen into a comfortable working pace. Pull box, verify contents, check label, tick mark, replace, move to next. The repetition is soothing rather than boring, each small completion adding to a growing sense of progress. You're not watching the clock. Time passes at its own rate, and measuring it too carefully would only make the night feel longer. You notice small details that you've never observed before. The way dust accumulates more heavily on the left side of each box, suggesting that air currents in the room favour a particular direction. The slight variations in box construction. Most are identical, but occasionally you find one that's fractionally larger or smaller, probably made during a different production run. The way certain wood types have aged differently, oak darkening significantly, while ash has remained relatively unchanged, cherry developing a richer patina. The front room of Ollivander's is not large, perhaps 20 feet wide by 30 feet deep, with the counter positioned about 2/3 of the way back, creating a customer area and a workspace area. But the walls extend 12 feet high, and every inch of available space is occupied by wand boxes. Simple mathematics suggests approximately about 200 boxes in this room alone, possibly more in the sections where boxes are stacked in double rows behind the visible front row. You've read about inventory systems in various magical businesses, and most have adopted more modern methods: charmed counts that verify stock automatically, self-updating ledgers that track sales and adjustments without manual intervention, even systems that use ghost assistants to conduct regular counts. But Mr. Ollivander prefers the old ways, insisting that magical items of such personal significance require personal attention. He believes that the act of physically handling each wand, of verifying its presence and condition by direct observation, maintains a relationship with the stock that automated systems cannot provide. Wands are not widgets, he said once during your training. They're individuals, each one unique, each one waiting for a specific match. They deserve to be known personally, not counted automatically like so many galleons in a vault. At the time, you thought this philosophy was perhaps overly romantic, an old wand maker's reluctance to embrace modern efficiency. But now, handling these wands one by one, you begin to understand. Each wand has a character, a presence, a sense of individuality that you can feel even through the wood and wrapping. Reducing them to numbers in an automatic count would miss something essential about what they are. At box A078, you discover your first discrepancy. The ledger lists the box as containing a fir wand with dragon heartstring core, 12 inches, surprisingly swishy. But when you open the box, you find a silver lime wand, same core and length, but different wood. The wand itself is properly labelled, suggesting the box was simply misshelved at some point, probably placed back in the wrong position after a customer tried it. You examine the silver lime wand more carefully. The wood is pale, almost white, with a subtle grain that's hard to see unless you hold it at the right angle to the light. Silver lime is a rare wood, associated with protection and love magic, chosen by wands for wizards with deep emotional capacity. This particular wand is quite beautiful, its surface polished to a smooth finish that feels almost like silk. You make a careful note in the ledger's discrepancy column. A078 contains silver lime dragon, not fir dragon as listed. Check for misplaced fir wand in silver lime section. The note is precise and actionable. Whoever reviews this later will know exactly what the problem is and what needs to be done to resolve it. Then you continue with the count, accepting that such minor errors are inevitable in a shop with this much inventory and this much history. A discrepancy rate of 1 error per 78 boxes would be remarkably low for any inventory system. If this rate continues, you'll likely find fewer than 100 discrepancies in the entire count, which would indicate that Mr. Ollivander's manual system is actually more accurate than many automated systems. The oil lamps flicker occasionally, their flames dancing in air currents, too subtle to feel, but visible in the way shadows shift across the walls. The light they produce is warm and gentle, easy on the eyes even after extended exposure. Mr. Ollivander refills and maintains them religiously, using a special oil blend that he claims reduces magical interference, regular lamp oil mixed with essence of dittany, and a few drops of clarified fire salamander oil. You've noticed that the flames never smoke or produce soot, which means the oil is burning cleanly and completely. The glass chimneys are spotless, polished regularly to ensure maximum light transmission. The wicks are trimmed to exactly the right length, short enough to prevent excessive flame, but long enough to provide steady illumination. These small details of maintenance matter, especially in a space where precision work is required. By box A100, you've been working for approximately 45 minutes, and your body is beginning to inform you of its needs. Your shoulders are slightly stiff from the repeated reaching and handling. Your neck has developed a small ache from looking up and down between shelves and ledger. Your feet are beginning to tire from standing in the same position. These are minor discomforts, easily managed, but worth attending to before they become more serious. You stand and stretch properly, reaching your arms over your head and holding the position for a slow count of 10. You feel your spine lengthen, your shoulder blades draw together. The small muscles between your vertebrae release their tension. Rolling your shoulders backward and forward, you create movement in joints that have been held relatively still. Flexing your fingers and wrists, you restore blood flow to hands that have been repeating the same motions. Then you walk a small circuit around the shop's front room, letting your legs move after the extended standing in one position. The wooden floorboards creak under your feet, not with the groan of structural weakness, but with the comfortable complaint of old wood that's borne the weight of countless footsteps over countless years. The floor is uneven in places, worn smooth by traffic patterns, higher in areas that see less use, lower where generations of customers and craftsmen have walked the same paths. You pause at the front window and look out at Diagon Alley. The street is quiet now, most shops having closed for the evening. A few wizards and witches pass by, probably heading home from late work or going to one of the restaurants or pubs that stay open later. The cobblestones gleam slightly in the street lamplight, polished by rain earlier in the day. The sky above the alley is that deep twilight blue that comes just after sunset, still holding the memory of day but clearly transitioning to night. Returning to your desk, you pour yourself a glass of water from the carafe that Mr. Ollivander thoughtfully left for you. The water is cool and pure, probably drawn from the shop's own spelled well, a magical water source that many of the older Diagon Alley establishments maintain, independent of the London municipal system. You've tasted this water before during your regular work days, and you know it has a distinctive character, faintly mineral, slightly sweet, completely clear and refreshing. You drink slowly, savouring the way the cool water feels going down your throat. You're not particularly thirsty yet, but staying ahead of dehydration is important during long work sessions. You've learned from experience that by the time you feel genuinely thirsty, you're already somewhat dehydrated, and catching up is harder than maintaining proper hydration throughout. You make a few notes about your progress so far. 100 boxes verified in approximately 45 minutes. One discrepancy noted, miss-shelved box. Current pace, approximately 130 boxes per hour. Estimated completion of Section A by 9:15 p.m. These notes serve multiple purposes. They document your work pace, they provide reference points if you need to track your efficiency, and they give you small milestone goals to work toward. Then you return to the wall, to box A, no 1, to the steady rhythm of count and verify that will carry you through the night. The break has refreshed you, and you attack the remaining boxes in Section A with renewed energy. Your hands move surely, your eyes scan efficiently, and the work proceeds smoothly through box after box after box. The work continues, box after box, wand after wand, each one a small story waiting for its ending, a question waiting for its answer, and you're the temporary guardian of these stories, ensuring they're properly recorded and ready for when their time finally comes. By box A0154, you've reached the point where the accessible boxes on the main walls transition to the less accessible boxes that require the rolling ladder. The ladder is a beautiful piece of craftsmanship. Brass rails running along the top of the walls, a wooden ladder that rolls smoothly on brass wheels, with a brass handle that allows you to position it precisely where needed. The wood of the ladder is darkened with age and polish, worn smooth by thousands of climbs over the shop's long history. The steps are narrow but stable, each one slightly concave in the centre, where countless feet have stepped. The brass fittings are tarnished but well maintained, showing the kind of patina that comes from regular use and regular care, rather than neglect. You position the ladder carefully at the start of the higher shelves, making sure it's locked in place before you climb. The locking mechanism is simple but effective, a small lever that drops a pin into holes in the rail, preventing the ladder from rolling unexpectedly. You test the lock by trying to move the ladder, confirming it's secure, then begin to climb. The steps are spaced comfortably for climbing, neither too close together nor too far apart. Each step produces a small creak as you put your weight on it. Not the concerning groan of weakness, but the pleasant complaint of well-made wood bearing a familiar load. The ladder's design includes a small platform at the top, wide enough to stand on comfortably while working, with a waist-high rail on 3 sides that provides security without interfering with reaching for boxes. From this height, you have a different perspective on the shop. You can see the dust that accumulates on the top edges of boxes, visible as a grey film in the lamplight. You can see the way the shadows collect in the corners of the ceiling, where they disappear into darkness that the lamplight doesn't quite penetrate. You can see cobwebs that have formed in the highest reaches, where even Mr. Ollivander's regular cleaning doesn't reach. Delicate constructions spanning from one beam to another, abandoned now by their makers, but still intact. The boxes up here are dustier, their labels sometimes faded to near illegibility from age and lack of handling. These are the ones that haven't been touched in years, sometimes decades, combinations that are less common, woods that are rarer, cores that are more selective. They wait with patient stillness, knowing their perfect wizard will eventually arrive, even if it takes another century. You can feel the difference in the air up here. It's slightly cooler, less circulated, more still. The magical presence is if anything stronger, as if the older wands have had more time to accumulate their waiting energy. When you open these boxes, you're often the first person to touch them in years, perhaps decades. It feels like a privilege and a responsibility. Box A0155 contains an Elder Wand, not the Elder Wand of legend, of course, but an Elder Wood Wand with thestral tail hair core, 12 3/4 inches, unyielding. Elder Wands are notoriously particular, associated with death and endings, chosen only by wizards who have truly understood mortality. This one has been in stock since 1891, according to the ledger, 133 years waiting. You handle it carefully, feeling the dense, heavy power contained within. The wood is dark, almost black, with a close grain that seems to absorb light rather than reflect it. The wand feels cold, even though it's been stored in a temperature-controlled environment. This is characteristic of elderwood. It always feels cool to the touch, as if it remembers the cold of winter when elder trees are dormant. The thestral tail hair core adds to the wand's intensity. Thestral hair is one of the rarest core materials, obtained only from those skeletal winged horses that are visible only to those who have witnessed death. The core produces magic that is particularly powerful in defense against dark creatures, but it requires a wizard with deep emotional maturity to handle effectively. This wand will choose its wizard eventually, or perhaps it already did, and that wizard never made it to the shop. Such things happen in wartime, in tragedy, in the countless small ways that fate prevents perfect matches from occurring. The wand waits regardless, patient and certain that eventually its purpose will be fulfilled. The ladder work requires more physical effort than the ground level counting. You climb up, verify several boxes, usually 3 or 4 before needing to reposition the ladder, climb down to make notations in the ledger, move the ladder to the next position, climb up again. The repetition is different from before, more active, more engaging of your larger muscles, but still meditative in its rhythm. Up, verify, down, note, move, repeat. Your legs begin to feel the work, your quadriceps and calves engaging with each climb, your core muscles stabilizing your balance, your arms gripping the ladder rails. This is good, you think. The varied physical demands help prevent the stiffness that comes from holding one position too long. The climbing breaks up the repetitive stress on hands and neck, distributing the physical load across different muscle groups. From the higher vantage point, you can see through the grimy front windows to Diagon Alley beyond, though the view is dim and obscured. The alley is quieter now than when you first started, the last evening shoppers having headed home. An occasional wizard or witch passes by, their robes billowing slightly in the sea, evening breeze, their footsteps echoing off the cobblestones. But mostly the street is empty, lit by the street lamps that burn with steady magical flames. The street lamps themselves are interesting objects, tall iron posts with glass enclosures at the top, spelled to ignite at sunset and extinguish at sunrise without human intervention. The flames burn without fuel, pure magical fire that produces light without heat, illumination without consumption. They've been there for centuries, replaced occasionally when damaged, but generally functioning year after year with minimal maintenance. You work through Section A's upper shelves methodically, discovering another small discrepancy at Box A0211. The box is labelled correctly, but the wand inside is slightly shorter than the ledger indicates, 11 inches instead of 11 and a quarter. You measure it carefully 3 times to be certain, using the spelled measuring tape that can't stretch or shrink. Either the wand shrank slightly over time, possible with some wood types in dry conditions, or it was mismeasured when initially catalogued. You make a note. A0211. Wand measures 11 inches, not 11.25 as listed. Possibly shrinkage over time, cedar wood, susceptible to moisture loss, or original mismeasurement. Update listing. This kind of detail matters. If a customer comes looking specifically for an 11 and a quarter inch wand, they need accurate information. The upper shelves continue through various wood types and core combinations. You find several rare woods: hornbeam, rowan, hawthorn, yew, each one with its distinctive characteristics. Hornbeam is pale and dense, chosen by wands for wizards with a single passion. Rowan is associated with protection, its wood reddish and fine-grained. Hawthorn is complex and contradictory, difficult to master but rewarding for those who persist. Yew is dark and powerful, associated with both death and resurrection, capable of great darkness or great light depending on the wizard. By 8:42 p.m, you complete Section A. 317 boxes verified, 2 discrepancies noted, all properly recorded in the ledger. You make a tick mark in the section completion column and allow yourself a brief moment of satisfaction. This is real progress. The first section complete, the system working, the method proven effective. You climb down from the ladder for the last time in this section and wheel it back to its starting position, locking it in place. Your legs are pleasantly tired from the climbing. Not exhausted, but definitely worked. You stretch again, focusing on your calves and hamstrings, feeling the muscles lengthen and release. The shop has multiple storage areas beyond the front room, and you review their layout in your mind. Behind the counter, a door leads to what Mr. Ollivander calls the primary back room, which contains sections B through F, approximately 1,500 boxes. Beyond that is the deep storage area, with sections G through KA, another 1,200 boxes in a climate-controlled cellar. Then there's the vault, the most secure area where the rarest and most valuable wands are kept. Sections L and M, perhaps 400 boxes. And finally, the workshop has its own small storage for works in progress and newly crafted wands awaiting their first boxes. Section N, usually 50-100 pieces. You consult your notes and update your time estimates. Section A took approximately 2 hours, including setup and initial calibration. If the other sections proceed at similar rates, you're looking at approximately 12 to 14 hours of work total. This confirms Mr. Ollivander's estimate and means you'll likely finish sometime mid-morning tomorrow. You open the door to the primary back room and step into a space that's somehow even more crowded than the front shop. Here the boxes are packed more densely, the shelves closer together, the aisles narrower. The room is rectangular, perhaps 15 feet by 20, with shelving on all 4 walls and a freestanding shelving unit running down the centre, creating 2 narrow aisles on either side. The air here is dustier, less disturbed by daily traffic, and you can taste it when you breathe. Old dust, old wood, old magic, all mixed together into the distinctive smell of long-term storage. It's not unpleasant, but it's definitely stronger than in the front room. You have the sense of entering a space that exists primarily for storage rather than for human presence. A space designed around the needs of the wands, rather than the convenience of people. The lighting is different here too. Mr. Ollivander has installed oil lamps at regular intervals, one on each wall and one hanging from the ceiling above the central shelving unit. But the room's layout means there are more shadows, more pools of dimness between the light sources. The central shelving unit blocks some light from reaching the walls, creating darker areas that will require your wand's Lumos charm to examine properly. Section B begins at the door and runs clockwise around the room. Or at least that's how you understand the organisation based on Mr. Ollivander's explanation. You position yourself at what you think is the starting point. Locate the corresponding page in the ledger, page 389, and examine the first entry. B01, primary backroom, north wall, section B, hawthorn, unicorn hair, 9.75 inches, quite flexible, crafted, 1998, available. You scan the shelf labels and find section B, marked on the wall to your left, confirming your understanding of the layout. Box B01 is there, right at eye level, easily accessible. You pull it from the shelf and begin the familiar verification process. The hawthorn wand inside is exactly as described, pale wood with a fine grain, 9 3/4 inches long, quite flexible. When you test the flexibility very gently, the wand bends more readily than most of the pieces you've examined so far. Quite flexible is accurate. Your unicorn hair core feels stable and balanced, producing that characteristic steady hum of magic. Verify, check, tick, continue. Box B01 complete. Approximately 1,500 boxes to go in this room. The work continues at the same steady pace. Box after box, wand after wand, each one counted and confirmed. Your hands have developed small calluses from handling the rough edges of old boxes. You can feel them starting to form on your fingertips and the pads of your palms. Your neck has a persistent ache from the constant looking up and down between shelves and ledger. Your feet remind you that you've been standing for over 2 hours now. But these are minor discomforts, easily ignored when you're focused on the task. You've always had a high tolerance for physical discomfort when engaged in meaningful work. The aches and pains are simply information, your body's way of reporting its status, not demands that must be immediately satisfied. By box B087, you found a rhythm specific to this room, adapting to its narrower spaces and different lighting. The count progresses steadily. You estimate you're maintaining about the same pace as in section A, roughly 130-150 boxes per hour. At this rate, the primary back room will take 8 to 10 hours to complete, which means you'll definitely be working through the night and into tomorrow morning. But that's fine. You came prepared for a long shift. You have food, water, and the mental stamina for extended work. And there's something satisfying about committing to a task of this scope, about settling in for the duration rather than rushing to finish. The back room has its own sounds, subtly different from the front shop. The floorboards creak differently, pitch slightly higher, probably because they're narrower boards or because they're spanning a shorter distance between supports. The shelves settle and shift occasionally, producing soft groans that seem almost alive, the sound of wood adjusting to temperature changes and weight distribution. And there's a constant, barely perceptible hum, not a sound exactly, but a vibration that you feel more than hear. This hum is the cumulative, magical field of hundreds of wands in close proximity, their individual magic fields overlapping and creating a subtle resonance. In the front room, with its more open space and better air circulation, this effect is less noticeable. But here, with wands packed more densely in a smaller volume, the resonance is stronger. You can feel it in your teeth if you concentrate, a tiny vibration, like the feeling of standing near a large generator or transformer. The magical resonance isn't uncomfortable, just noticeable. It's actually quite interesting from a theoretical standpoint. You remember reading about this phenomenon in one of Mr. Ollivander's books, Principles of Wand Law by Heliotrope Wilkins. Wilkins theorized that wands in storage don't simply sit dormant waiting for their wizards. Instead, they exist in a kind of low-level active state, their magical cores maintaining a baseline field that can be measured with sensitive instruments. When many wands are stored together, their individual fields interact, creating interference patterns similar to what happens when multiple sound waves meet. Sometimes the fields reinforce each other, creating areas of stronger magical presence. Sometimes they cancel each other out. creating null zones. The result is a complex three-dimensional map of magical intensity that shifts and changes as wands are added or removed from storage. You're experiencing that map now as a generalized hum, but with the right instruments, you could probably map the exact field strength at every point in the room. Mr. Ollivander probably has such maps, created during previous inventories or as part of his research. It would be fascinating to study them, to see how the magical geography of the room changes over time. By box B043, you're approximately 1/3 of the way through the primary back room. You found 2 more minor discrepancies, another mislabeled box, and one case where a wand's flexibility had changed significantly with age, requiring an updated note in the ledger. A holly wand that was originally classified as slightly springy has become quite bendy over the course of 30 years, probably due to gradual changes in the wood's moisture content and cellular structure. The count progresses steadily, and you begin to think about your next break. You're not particularly tired yet, but maintaining regular break intervals helps prevent the deeper fatigue that comes from pushing too hard, too long. You decide to work until you complete section B, then take a proper break for food and rest. The thought of the sandwiches waiting for you in the break area is suddenly very appealing. Your body is beginning to request fuel, even though you're not yet consciously hungry. This is another thing you've learned about long work sessions. Listen to your body's subtle signals before they become loud demands. You continue through section B, box after box, each one counted and verified, each one a small step toward the larger goal of completing the entire inventory. The work is steady, the progress is real, and the night is still young. The clock in the front room chimes midnight with a soft, melodious tone that carries through the open door to where you're working in the primary back room. You're currently at box C043, which puts you roughly 1/4 of the way through the total inventory. The progress feels both significant and insufficient. You've counted over 900 wands, but there are still thousands to go. The midnight chime seems to mark a transition in the night's character. Before midnight, you were still connected to the day that had just ended, still within reach of ordinary evening activities. After midnight, you've crossed into a different territory. The deep night, the hours when most people are sleeping, when the eerie world belongs to those who work through darkness. You decide this is a good time for a proper break. The counting has been continuous for over 5 hours now, with only brief pauses to stretch or drink water. Your body is informing you, more insistently now, that it needs rest, food, and a change of activity, even if only for 15 minutes. In the small break area behind the counter, really just a corner with a chair and a tiny table, you find the dinner that you brought with you. A simple meal prepared at home. Sandwiches wrapped in paper, an apple, some biscuits, and a thermos of hot tea that's spelled to maintain temperature. The thermos is one of your prized possessions, a gift from a friend who works at a magical housewares shop, spelled by a professional enchanter to keep hot things hot and cold things cold indefinitely. You unwrap the first sandwich, cheese and pickle, very basic, and take a bite, suddenly aware of how hungry you've become. The bread is soft, homemade brown bread, dense and slightly sweet, the kind that actually fills you up rather than just providing temporary satisfaction. The cheese is sharp cheddar, aged enough to have real flavour, but not so aged that it's crumbly. The pickle is bread and butter style, sweet and tangy, adding moisture and contrast to the sandwich. The sandwich tastes exactly right, the kind of simple, satisfying food that needs no elaboration. You eat slowly, giving your body time to register the nourishment, feeling energy return as the food is digested. You've learned not to rush meals during long work sessions. Eating too quickly leads to discomfort and drowsiness, while eating slowly and mindfully provides sustained energy without the subsequent crash. The apple is crisp and sweet, a late-season variety with yellow-green skin and white flesh that crunches satisfyingly when you bite into it. The juice runs slightly as you eat, and you wipe your fingers on a napkin between bites. Apples are perfect work food, portable, self-contained, providing both hydration and quick energy from natural sugars. The biscuits are slightly stale but still edible, shortbread cookies that you made over the weekend, perhaps a day or two past their optimal freshness. But you've brought them anyway, knowing that during a long night shift even slightly stale biscuits would taste good. And you're right, you dunk them in your tea the way your grandmother taught you, softening them just enough, and they're perfectly satisfactory. The tea is perfect, strong and hot, with milk and sugar in the proportions you prefer. You take your tea with quite a bit of milk, enough to turn it a light caramel colour, and 2 sugars. Some people would say this is too much sugar, but you've always liked your tea sweet. The warmth spreads through you as you drink, warming hands that have grown cool from handling so many boxes in the unheated storage areas. Mr. Ollivander keeps the shop at a moderate temperature to protect the wands. Too warm and some woods might dry out and crack. Too cold and others might become brittle. This moderate temperature, probably around 60-65 degrees Fahrenheit, is ideal for wand storage, but slightly cool for someone working through the night. You've noticed your fingers getting slightly stiff with cold during the last hour or so, requiring more conscious effort to maintain dexterity. While you eat, you review your notes from the evening so far. 943 boxes verified in approximately 5 hours. That's an average of about 189 boxes per hour, slightly better than your earlier estimates. 4 discrepancies noted, all minor, mislabeled boxes, slight measurement variations, 1 case of a box being empty when the ledger showed it should contain a willow wand, which you later found in an adjacent box, suggesting it had simply been placed back incorrectly. The error rate is actually quite low. 4 errors in 943 boxes is 0.42%, which for an inventory this size and age is remarkably good. It suggests that Mr. Ollivander's manual system, while old-fashioned, is remarkably accurate. Automated systems in other businesses sometimes have error rates of 1 to 2%, usually from sensor failures or software glitches or simple miscounting by the automation itself. You calculate your remaining work. At 189 boxes per hour, completing the full inventory of approximately 6,000 boxes will take about 32 hours of active work. Spread across multiple sessions with breaks, that's realistically a 3 or possibly 4-day project. But you're committed to making as much progress as possible tonight, so you'll continue working until you're genuinely too tired to maintain accuracy. You finish your meal and clean up carefully, disposing of wrappers and washing your hands in the small sink that Mr. Ollivander has installed in the corner. The water is cold, the shop doesn't have hot water except in the workshop, but it feels refreshing, washing away the accumulated dust and oil from your skin. You scrub your fingertips carefully, getting into the small cuts and scrapes that have developed from handling rough boxes. Before returning to work, you walk slowly around the front room, stretching your legs and looking at the shop with fresh eyes. How many wizards and witches have stood in this space, trying wand after wand, searching for the one that would become their lifelong companion? Thousands, certainly, probably tens of thousands given the shop's age, each one anxious and hopeful, each one seeking that moment of connection. How many perfect matches have happened here, that moment when the right wand finally finds the right wizard, and both know it instantly. Mr. Ollivander must have witnessed thousands of such matches, and yet he still seems moved by each one. You've seen it during your months working here, the slight smile, the soft, curious or very good, the way he handles a matched wand with extra care, as he boxes it for its new owner. There's a story that Mr. Ollivander tells sometimes about a young wizard who tried 270 wands before finding his match. 270 attempts, boxes opened and closed, wands waved tentatively, each one wrong in some subtle way. The boy became progressively more discouraged, his parents increasingly worried that perhaps their son was a squib after all, unable to perform magic. But Mr. Ollivander persisted, convinced that the right wand was there somewhere, that it was simply a matter of finding it. And finally, the 271st wand produced that characteristic shower of sparks that signals a true match. The relief and joy in that moment, Mr. Ollivander says, was worth every minute of the lengthy search. The boy went on to become a successful wizard, and his wand served him faithfully for over 50 years. You return to the back room, to box C-44, to the steady rhythm of counting that will carry you through the rest of the night. The break has refreshed you, both physically and mentally. Your stomach is full, your energy restored, your mind clear. You attack the count with renewed focus, your hands moving surely as you verify wand after wand. The midnight hour has passed, and the deep night settles over the shop. Outside, Diagon Alley is completely quiet now. Through the small window in the back room, a narrow thing, more for ventilation than viewing, you can see that the street lamps cast their light on empty cobblestones. Everyone has gone home, everyone is sleeping, and you have the alley and the night, essentially, to yourself. But there are still thousands of wands to count, thousands of boxes to verify, and you have the patience and determination to see the task through. Box after box, section after section, each completion bringing you closer to the larger goal. The night is long, but you are ready for it. The work is extensive, but you are equal to it. The wands wait patiently, and so do you, both of you understanding that some things cannot be rushed, that thoroughness matters more than speed, that the value lies as much in the process as in the completion. By box D0089, you've begun to develop a deeper, more intuitive appreciation for wandwood varieties and their characteristics. What seemed like random differences when you first started working at Ollivander's has resolved into clear patterns. Each wood type has its own personality, its own feel, its own way of holding and channeling magic. This understanding comes not from study but from handling. You've now touched over 1,000 wands, and your hands have learned what your mind might struggle to articulate. Oak feels different from ash, not just in appearance, but in some fundamental way that you perceive through touch. Cherry feels different from maple, hornbeam different from elm. Each wood has its own voice, speaking in the language of grain and weight and flexibility. Oak wands, which appear frequently in the inventory, have a solid, dependable presence. The wood is strong and dense, ranging in colour from pale tan to rich brown, depending on age and treatment. When you hold an oak wand, it feels substantial in a way that transcends its actual physical weight. There's a sense of reliability, of permanence, as if the wand is saying, "I will not fail you," to whatever wizard eventually claims it. Oak pairs well with all three major core types, though Mr. Ollivander seems to favour it with Dragon Heartstring for wizards who need both stability and power in equal measure. The combination produces wands that are powerful without being volatile, capable without being flashy. These are the wands chosen for auras often, for people who need dependable magic in dangerous situations. Hazel wands are lighter, both in weight and in colour, with a subtle grain that catches the light beautifully. They're often paired with unicorn hair cores, creating wands that are responsive and adaptable. There's something gentle about hazel wands, a kindness in their magic that makes them particularly suited to wizards with deep emotional capacity. They're not weak. Hazel can be quite powerful in the right hands, but their power is never harsh or aggressive. You notice that hazel wands often show more variation in colour than some other woods. Some are pale, almost blonde. Others are darker, with a rich brown tone. The variation depends on which part of the tree the wood came from, how it was treated, and how long it's been aging. Mr. Ollivander clearly selects hazel wood carefully, choosing pieces with specific characteristics for specific types of wands. Yew wands are rare in the inventory, and handling them always makes you slightly uneasy. This isn't fear exactly, but rather a kind of cautious respect. Yew has powerful associations with death and rebirth, with dark magic and protection against dark magic, with power that can flow in either direction, depending on the wizard's will and character. The wood is dark and dense, almost oily to the touch, with a close grain that seems to drink in light rather than reflect it. Yew wands always feel slightly warm, as if they contain a smouldering fire just below the surface. This warmth is characteristic. It's not about temperature, but about magical intensity. The yew is always active, always aware, always ready. When you handle yew wands during the count, you're careful to maintain emotional neutrality. Yew responds to strong emotions, and you don't want to accidentally trigger any response from a wand that's waiting for its true master. You verify quickly and efficiently, then return the wand to its box with respect. Applewood wands are surprisingly common, more so than you would have expected before working here. The wood is pale and fine-grained, ranging from white to light pink, with occasional reddish streaks that hint at its origin in fruit trees. Apple wands have a lightness to them, both physically and magically, that makes them seem almost cheerful. They pair particularly well with unicorn hair cores for wizards who value charm work and interpersonal magic. Apple wands are rarely chosen by dark wizards. There's something in the wood's character that resists being turned to harmful purposes. This doesn't mean apple wands are weak. Rather, their strength lies in protection, healing, and creation, rather than destruction. As you work through Section D, you begin to notice patterns in Mr. Ollivander's craft, beyond just the wood and core selections. He creates wands in batches, you realise, periods where he focuses on a particular wood type, making multiple wands with variations in core and length and flexibility. Box D091 through D017, for instance, are all maple wands created in a span of 3 months in 1967. Each one is slightly different lengths ranging from 9 to 13 inches, different cores, though mostly unicorn hair, with a few phoenix feather examples, different flexibilities, but all sharing that distinctive maple character, smooth pale wood with subtle figuring, holding magic with a kind of quiet competence. The batch production makes sense from a practical standpoint. When Mr. Ollivander acquires good maple wood, he probably creates multiple wands from it, rather than making just one and saving the rest for later. Wood changes over time, even when properly stored, so using it all at once ensures consistency. And the process of creating multiple similar wands probably teaches him things about the wood's properties that making just one wand couldn't reveal. You can see evidence of this learning in the notes. For the early maple wands in the batch, D091 through D05, the notes are sparse, just the basic specifications. But for later ones, D010 through D017, the notes include additional observations, particularly responsive to transfiguration, or best suited to wizard with steady temperament, or note excellent balance point at 7.25 inches from base. These observations come from testing, from watching how different wizards respond to different wands within the batch, from years of accumulated experience with maple. This is how one law advances, not through grand theoretical breakthroughs, but through careful observation of specific examples over extended periods. The cores, too, reveal patterns when you examine enough examples. Dragon heartstring cores produce wands with the most raw power, but also the most potential for going wrong in the hands of a wizard who lacks control or wisdom. When you handle dragon heartstring wands, you can feel the power even through the wood, a subtle throb, like a second heartbeat contained within the wand. Sometimes, with particularly powerful examples, the throb is strong enough to be unsettling. The dragon heartstring itself is remarkable material. It's not actual heartstring in the anatomical sense. Dragons don't have hearts organised like mammalian hearts. Rather, it's a specific type of connective tissue from the dragon's chest cavity, tissue that pulses with the dragon's magical essence. Harvesting it requires killing the dragon or finding tissue from a naturally deceased dragon, which is why dragon heartstring is expensive and somewhat controversial. Mr. Ollivander, only uses heartstring from dragons who died naturally or who were killed legally by licensed dragon handlers. He's particular about this, refusing to purchase material from dragon poachers, no matter how high the quality. A core obtained through cruelty, he said once, carries that cruelty forward into the wand. The magic remembers its origin. Unicorn hair cores are the most consistent, producing reliable magic that rarely fails or falters. The wands with unicorn hair feel stable in your hands, balanced and even-tempered. They don't have the raw power of dragon heartstring or the spectacular range of phoenix feather, but they make up for it in absolute dependability. A unicorn hair wand will never abandon its wizard, even if the wizard uses it for purposes the wand wouldn't choose. This loyalty is both a strength and a potential weakness. The unicorn hair itself comes from the tail, gathered when unicorns naturally shed, or occasionally pulled gently from a willing unicorn. Pulling hair from an unwilling unicorn is said to curse the resulting wand, making it unreliable or even dangerous. Mr. Ollivander maintains relationships with several unicorn herds through intermediaries, ensuring a steady supply of ethically sourced hair. Phoenix feather cores are the rarest in the inventory, and handling them always produces a small thrill. These wands are capable of the greatest range of magic. They can cast the widest variety of spells, adapt to the most different situations, surprise their wizards with unexpected capabilities, but they're also the most selective about their wizards, the most likely to refuse to work for someone they don't consider worthy. The feathers come from phoenixes during their molting periods, which occur irregularly based on the phoenix's magical state, rather than a regular schedule. Mr. Ollivander has access to feathers from only 2 phoenixes. The details are confidential, but you gather that one source is Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, and the other is a phoenix whose keeper prefers to remain anonymous. This means phoenix feather wands are rare and precious, created only when the right wood and the right wizard are likely to appear. At box D056, you discover a wand that makes you pause. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. The combination immediately brings to mind a certain famous wand, though of course this is a different phoenix feather, from a different phoenix crafted in a different year. Still, holly and phoenix feather is an unusual pairing, and Mr. Ollivander creates such combinations sparingly. You handle the wand carefully, feeling the warm power of the phoenix feather through the holly wood. Holly is associated with protection and combat magic, chosen by wands for wizards who are engaged in dangerous pursuits. Combined with phoenix feather, this creates a wand of remarkable power and potential, capable of great good or great harm, depending on the wizard who wields it. The wand has been in inventory since 1993, according to the ledger, 30 years, waiting for its wizard. You wonder what kind of person this wand is waiting for. Someone brave, certainly. Someone powerful, probably. Someone engaged in some dangerous pursuit, almost definitely. The wand will know when that person tries it, and the match will be spectacular. You replace the wand carefully, making your verification mark in the ledger, and continue the count. Each wand has its story, and you're privileged to briefly touch these stories during your verification. Box after box, wood after wood, each one recorded and confirmed. By 1:47 a.m, you complete Section D, another 294 boxes verified, the ledger properly annotated, the count progressing steadily toward completion. You're approximately 1/3 of the way through the total inventory now, having verified nearly 1,600 wands. The night is advancing, but so is your progress, and you feel confident about completing at least the primary back room before taking a longer rest. The pattern of work continues, Pull, verify, note, replace, next. Your understanding deepens with each wand you handle, your knowledge expanding in ways that formal study could never achieve. This is learning through touching, through direct contact with the materials themselves, through repetition that burns patterns into muscle memory and intuitive understanding. Section E begins in the far corner of the primary back room, where the shadows are deepest and the dust is thickest. The boxes here haven't been disturbed in years. You can see it in the undisturbed coating of dust on their surfaces, thick enough to show the drag marks your fingers make when you pull a box free. The dust is grey and fine, the accumulated debris of years of stillness. When you slide a box from this section, it sticks slightly, the wood having settled into its position over time. You have to pull more firmly, hearing a faint squeak as the box finally releases. Behind each box you remove, you can see the clean rectangle on the shelf where the box had been sitting, the wood of the shelf darker there, protected from the dust. These are the forgotten wands, the combinations so rare or so specific that customers almost never request them. A wand made of silver lime with a core of wampus cat hair, a cypress wand with a core of Dittany stem, an experimental piece from the 1950s that Mr. Ollivander's father created, a chestnut wand with a core that the ledger identifies only as proprietary material, see Vault Records. Each one unusual, each one waiting for the one wizard in 1,000 who might be its match. At 2:14 a.m. the shop is entirely silent except for the sounds you make. The clock has stopped chiming. Mr. Ollivander explained once that it spelled to stop between midnight and dawn to avoid disturbing him if he's working late in the workshop. The London street sounds that occasionally penetrated earlier have ceased completely. Even the building's small creaks and groans have stopped, as if the shop itself has fallen into deep sleep. This is the true deep night, the hours between 2 and 4 a.m. when the world is at its quietest. Even in a city as large as London, even in a magical alley that sees significant traffic, these hours are still. The people who work late have gone home. The people who wake early haven't risen yet. You exist in the gap between day and day, in the pause between one breath and the next. You work in this profound silence, accompanied only by your own breathing and the soft sounds of boxes being handled. There's something almost sacred about the quietness, a sense that you're the only person awake in the entire world, the sole guardian of this space during the hours when ordinary people are dreaming. The oil lamps continue their steady burning, their flames motionless in the still air. Occasionally one will flicker slightly, responding to an air current too subtle for you to feel, but mostly they burn with perfect constancy. The light they cast is warm and drowsy-making, and you find yourself yawning as you work, not from boredom but from your body's natural response to the late hour. The circadian rhythms that govern human wakefulness are strong around this time. Your body expects to be sleeping, and it's sending clear signals that this would be an excellent time to lie down and rest. You override these signals through will and the engagement of the task, but you can't ignore them entirely. The yawns come whether you want them or not, stretching your jaw and bringing tears to your eyes. You continue working through the yawns, maintaining your pace despite your body's protests. This is another skill you've developed over years of late-night work, the ability to function effectively while tired. The key is maintaining focus without fighting the tiredness. Accept that you're tired, acknowledge it, but don't let it stop the work. Box E3A4 contains a rowan wand with unicorn hair, core 9.5 inches, springy. Rowan is associated with protection against enchantment, with clear sight and true vision. The wood is pale with a reddish tint, fine-grained and smooth under your fingers. The wand is lighter than you expect. Rowan is not a dense wood, despite its protective properties. When you check the core, the unicorn hair feels particularly stable and calm. This is a good wand, you think. Reliable, protective, honest. It will choose a wizard who values truth and clarity, who needs protection in a dangerous world. Someday soon, you hope. This wand has been waiting since 2001. 24 years. Long enough. You verify the wand against the ledger entry, make your tick mark, and continue. The deep night has a different quality from evening or early morning. There's a weight to it, a thickness in the air that makes everything feel slightly more difficult, slightly more effortful. Your movements slow without you consciously deciding to slow them. Your mind drifts more easily, thoughts wandering before you pull them back to the task at hand. You think about the wizards who made these wands, the Ollivanders stretching back through centuries. The first Ollivander arriving in Britain in 382 BC, bringing wand-making knowledge from wherever he had learned it. Where did he learn? The ledgers don't say. What made him decide to establish a shop in Britain, rather than staying wherever he came from? What were his first wands like? Did he struggle initially, or was he immediately skilled? These questions have no answers in the available records. The shop's early history is lost to time, existing only in fragments and legends. But the shop itself remains, physical proof that the first Ollivander succeeded at whatever he set out to do. His son inherited the craft and the shop, learning from his father in the same way that Mr. Garrick Ollivander learned from his father. Generation after generation, the knowledge passed down through an unbroken chain of teaching and learning. The methods have evolved. Modern Ollivanders use tools and techniques that ancient Ollivanders never imagined, but the core principles remain the same. A wand is wooden core, shaped and sealed, allowed to develop its own character, then matched to the wizard it chooses. Mr. Garrick Ollivander is simply the latest in this long line, and someday there will be another Ollivander learning the craft from him, continuing the tradition. Or perhaps not. Mr. Ollivander has never married, has no children that you know of, and he's getting older. What happens to the shop if the family line ends with him? Will he take an apprentice from outside the family? Will he sell the shop to another wand maker? Or will the shop close after more than 2 millennia of continuous operation? These questions trouble you slightly. The shop feels eternal, as if it will always be here, but nothing is truly eternal. Even places that have lasted 2,000 years can end. The thought is sobering, making you appreciate the privilege of being here, of participating in the shop's ongoing story, even in this small way. At box E-So111, you discover another discrepancy. The box is labelled but completely empty. No wand inside, no note explaining why. The velvet lining shows the impression of a wand that should be there, the indentation clear and distinct, but the wand itself is absent. You make a careful notation, E0111, box empty. Verify if wand was sold, an entry not updated, or if wand is misplaced. Check sales records for past 5 years. This is more significant than the mislabeled boxes you've found so far. An empty box suggests either a clerical error or a missing wand, both, of which require follow-up. You continue through Section E, maintaining your steady pace despite the deepening night and the growing tiredness. Box after box, wand after wand, the rhythm of counting providing structure to the shapeless hours of deep night. The back room has grown colder as the night has deepened. The temperature must have dropped outside, and despite the shop's insulation and protective spells, some of that cold has penetrated. Your fingers are slightly stiff when you flex them, requiring more conscious control to maintain dexterity. You can see your breath forming small clouds in the lamplight, visible puffs of vapour that disappear almost immediately. You cast a warming charm on yourself, speaking the incantation softly. Cala Corpus. You feel the magic settle into your clothes and create a comfortable buffer against the chill. The charm will last several hours, long enough to get you through the rest of this storage area and probably into the next section. It's one of the first charms you learned when you started working at the shop, essential for dealing with the unheated storage areas. By 3:02 AM, you're halfway through Section E. Your pace has slowed from its earlier rate. You're now averaging about 140 boxes per hour instead of the 189 you managed earlier. Fatigue is accumulating, even though you're trying to manage it carefully. Your eyes burn slightly from the constant close focus. Your back aches in a way that stretching doesn't quite relieve. Your feet hurt from standing on the hard floor for so many hours. But these discomforts are acceptable. The count doesn't have a deadline beyond your own desire to complete it thoroughly. Accuracy is more important than speed, and slowing down slightly to maintain accuracy is the right choice. You take a brief break, walking to the front room to pour another glass of water and stretch your legs more extensively. Through the windows, Diagon Alley looks like a painting, utterly still, frozen in time, the mist thicker now than it was earlier, turning the street lamps into glowing spheres of soft light suspended in grey nothingness. A cat crosses the cobblestones, black and sleek, moving with that distinctive feline grace that makes even ordinary actions look deliberate and significant. The cat pauses to look at the shop, its eyes reflecting green in the lamplight, that characteristic cat-eye shine that comes from the tapetum lucidum, the reflective layer behind the retina. The cat stares at you for a long moment, as if considering something important, then continues on its way, disappearing into the mist like a ghost. You wonder if it was an ordinary cat or a transformed witch or wizard. Animagi sometimes patrol Diagon Alley at night, maintaining security in their animal forms. Or it might have been a Kneazle, one of the magical cats that are more common in the wizarding world than most people realise. Without getting closer, it's impossible to tell. Returning to Section E, you notice that Mr. Ollivander's workshop light is still on, visible as a thin line of golden glow under the workshop door. He must still be working on something, crafting a new wand or conducting research or simply unable to sleep. You wonder if he works through many nights like this, alone with his craft while the world sleeps. The counting continues through the deepest part of night, through the hours when time seems to slow and stretch, when each box takes slightly longer to verify, when the darkness outside the windows is absolute and unchanging. Box after box, wand after wand, the steady accumulation of small completions that will eventually add up to the large completion of the full inventory. The work is hard now, not because it's complicated, but because you're tired and the night is long. But you persist, because this is what you committed to doing, because the wands deserve to be counted properly, because thoroughness matters. By 3:47 AM, you've moved into Section F, the last section in the primary back room. You're approaching a milestone. Completing this room will mean finishing approximately half the total inventory. The thought provides motivation, a concrete goal to work toward. Section F contains some of the oldest wands in active inventory, pieces crafted in the 19th century or earlier, combinations that were more common then but have fallen out of favour with modern wand makers. The boxes here are visibly aged, their wood darker than the newer boxes, their corners rounded by time and handling. Box F1 contains a blackthorn wand with dragon heartstring core, 10.5 inches, unyielding. Blackthorn is a difficult wood, associated with warriors and those who have faced great adversity. The wand is dark, almost black, its surface marked with the characteristic tiny spines that give the wood its name. Even after shaping and polishing, the ghost of those spines remains, visible as small dots in the wood's surface. The wand was crafted in 1856 according to the ledger, 169 years ago, before the First World War, before the modern wizarding world took its current shape. This wand has been waiting for over a century and a half, patient and powerful, knowing that eventually the right wizard will come. You handle it carefully, feeling the contained power and the stern character of the wood. This wand wants a fighter, someone with steel in their spine and fire in their heart. Not a dark wizard necessarily, but someone who has known hardship and emerged stronger. Such wizards are rare in peaceful times, which explains why the wand remains unsold despite its quality. As you work through section F, you begin to hear something. Not quite a sound, but not quite silence either. It's subtle at first, barely noticeable, but as you pay attention, it becomes clearer. It's the accumulated magic of all these old wands, their power resonating together, creating a kind of harmonic that exists just below the threshold of normal hearing. You feel it. More than hear it, a vibration in your bones, a pressure in your ears like the altitude change when climbing a mountain. The sensation is not uncomfortable, but it's definitely noticeable, especially now in the deep night when everything else is so quiet. The old wands have stories, you realise? Not in the sense that they can speak or communicate, but in the sense that they carry the echo of their creation, the impression of their maker's hands, the expectation of their eventual use. A wand crafted during wartime has a different character than one made during peace. A wand made with joy and confidence differs from one made with worry and haste. Box F0087 contains a hornbeam wand with phoenix feather core, 13 inches, inflexible. Hornbeam is rare. It seeks wizards with a single pure passion, a focus so intense that it borders on obsession. Combined with phoenix feather, this wand will be capable of extraordinary magic, but only in the hands of someone whose dedication matches the wand's intensity. You read the ledger entry more carefully, noting the creation date and the extensive notes that accompany it. Crafted March 1921. Note: made during the sealing of Grindelwald. Consider carefully before offering to customers lacking clear purpose. This wand knows what it wants and will wait centuries if necessary to find it. The historical context is significant. March 1921 was a troubled time in the wizarding world, with Grindelwald's rise to power beginning to affect magical communities across Europe. Mr. Ollivander's father or grandfather, whoever was running the shop at that time, was aware of the turbulent context and it influenced his work. The troubles were woven into the wand's very being, creating something that would need an equally troubled or equally determined wizard to wield it. You replace the wand carefully, noting its presence in the ledger, and continue the count. Each old wand has these layers of meaning, these connections to historical moments and makers' intentions. You're not just counting objects, you're verifying pieces of living history. The deep night continues and you continue with it, moving through section F box by box, wand by wand. Your exhaustion is significant now, accumulating in your bones and behind your eyes. But you're past the worst of it, you think. The deep night is ending, and soon, not yet, but soon, the first hints of dawn will appear outside the windows. You just have to keep going, keep counting, keep verifying. The wands have waited this long. They can wait a bit longer while you finish the job properly. By 4:33 a.m, you're approximately 2/3 through section F, and the accumulating fatigue is becoming harder to ignore. Your movements have slowed noticeably. Your eyes burn with dryness despite regular blinking. Your concentration requires active effort to maintain rather than happening automatically. But you press on because you're close to completing the primary back room, close to that half-inventory milestone. Just another 100 boxes or so, and you can take a longer break, maybe even rest for an hour before continuing. The back room feels smaller now than it did when you started. You've worked in this space for so many hours that you've worn mental pathways between the shelves and the desk, travelled the same route so many times that the space feels compressed. Or perhaps it's just the tiredness distorting your perception, making everything feel closer and more confined. You discover several more notable wands in the last third of section F. Box F0211 holds a wand of English oak and phoenix feather that was crafted for but never claimed by a wizard who died before reaching Ollivander's shop. The note reads, "Commissioned October 1892 for Michael Clearwater, graduated Hogwarts, accepted to aura training. Killed December 1892 during training exercise. Wand unclaimed. Hold for appropriate match. The wand has been waiting for 133 years for a second chance to serve. Box F0287 contains a yew and dragon heartstring wand that was returned to the shop after its wizard was killed in the Goblin rebellions of the 18th century. The ledger note explains, original owner, Thomas Roll, died 1752, wand returned by family, had not chosen new master. Very powerful piece requires strong wizard with pure intentions. Multiple attempted matches, no success, continues to wait. These stories are sobering. The wands outlive their makers by centuries, continuing long after the people who first gave them purpose are gone. There's a melancholy to it, but also a kind of immortality. The wizards die, but their wands persist, ready to serve again if given the chance. By 5:18 a.m, you complete Section F, and with it the entire primary backroom. You make a final notation in your work log. Primary backroom complete. Sections B through F verified. Total, 1,512 boxes. Discrepancies, 7 minor issues, all noted. Time, approximately 6.5 hours. The completion of this major section feels significant. You're now past the halfway point of the inventory, with approximately 3,200 boxes verified out of a total near 6,000. The achievement deserves recognition, so you allow yourself a longer break. Not just a quick stretch and water, but a proper rest period. You return to the front room and sink into Mr. Ollivander's chair behind the counter, letting your body fully relax for the first time in hours. The chair is worn but comfortable, shaped by years of use to fit the human form. You lean back and close your eyes, not sleeping but resting, letting the fatigue wash over you without fighting it. Through the front windows, the sky is beginning to show the first faint signs of approaching dawn. Not light yet, but a change in the quality of darkness, a suggestion that somewhere below the horizon the sun exists and is preparing to rise. The absolute black of deep night is giving way to a softer darkness, charcoal rather than pitch. You sit in the chair for 15 minutes, maybe 20, letting time pass without measuring it carefully. Your mind drifts without purpose, thoughts floating by like clouds. You think about nothing in particular and everything in general. The wands, the shop, the night, the work, the strange privilege of being here alone in this ancient place. When you finally open your eyes and stand, you feel somewhat refreshed, not fully rested, but better than before. Your body has had a chance to recover slightly. Your mind has been allowed to wander and decompress. You can continue now, at least for a few more hours. The deep storage area opens off the far end of the primary back room. The door is narrower than the others, made of thick oak bound with iron bands, with a lock that requires both a physical key and a spelled password to open. This is one of the shop's secure areas where valuable and unusual pieces are kept under additional protection. You retrieve the key from the hook by the door, where Mr. Ollivander left it for you. A large iron key, heavy and old, its bit worn smooth by centuries of use. You insert it into the lock, feeling it slide home with a solid click, then speak the password he taught you. Aperio Traditionem. Open tradition. The lock clicks, multiple tumblers falling into place, with a sound like small hammers tapping. The door swings open on well-oiled hinges, revealing a narrow stairway leading down. The deep storage occupies the shop's cellar, a space that most customers never know exists. The stairs are stone, worn smooth in the centre, from centuries of footsteps creating a slight depression. The walls are exposed stone as well, rough cut and ancient, gleaming with moisture in the wand light. The air that flows up from below is noticeably cooler and carries a smell of earth and age. You cast Lumos before starting down, your wand light illuminating the descent. The stairs are steep, perhaps 30 steps descending, about 15 feet into the earth. You descend carefully, one hand on the rough stone wall for balance, placing each foot deliberately to avoid slipping on the worn steps. the deep storage opens up at the bottom, a large rectangular room carved from the earth with a low ceiling supported by brick arches. The bricks are old, probably original to whenever this cellar was first excavated, darkened with age and mineral deposits. The walls are lined with shelves, but these are different from the upstairs storage. These shelves are solid oak, deeply carved with preservation spells and protection wards. The carvings are intricate, running along every edge and surface, symbols you recognise as Anglo-Saxon runes mixed with older symbols whose meaning you don't know. The carvings glow faintly in your wand light, evidence of active magic continuously protecting the contents. The boxes here are not the pale, simple containers of the upper floors, but rather custom-made cases of various woods, each one crafted to protect its specific wand from time and a degradation. You can see cases of cedar, mahogany, rosewood, ebony, each one chosen for its preservation properties. Section G begins at the foot of the stairs. You consult the ledger, turning to page 5-1, and read the special instructions noted at the section beginning. Deep storage. Handle all wands with care. Do not remove wands from boxes except when absolutely necessary for verification. Note any signs of degradation immediately. Check preservation spells on cases, should glow faintly blue when active. Box G01 is made of aromatic cedar, with brass corner reinforcements and a small brass plate engraved with the wand's specifications. Vine wood, dragon heartstring, 1234, springy, crafted 1812. The case glows faintly blue when you touch it, confirming the preservation spell is active. You open the case carefully, the hinges moving silently. Inside, the wand is nested in silk padding that looks as fresh as if it were placed there yesterday. The preservation spell has kept everything in perfect condition. The silk still has its sheen, the vine wood shows no signs of cracking or fading. The wand itself looks newly made, despite being 213 years old. This is remarkable preservation work, you think. To keep a wand in this condition for over 2 centuries requires not just good spells, but constant maintenance of those spells, regular monitoring and renewal. Someone, probably multiple someones over the generations, has been carefully maintaining these deep storage pieces for their entire existence. The deep storage contains approximately 800 boxes, according to the ledger's section summary. These are the precious pieces, the rare combinations, the wands with unusual histories or exceptional qualities. Some have been down here for 200 years or more, waiting patiently for the wizard who will finally claim them. Working in the deep storage requires different protocols from the upper floors. You can't simply pull boxes and verify them rapidly. Each case must be opened slowly, carefully, with attention to the preservation spells. The wand must be examined carefully for any signs of damage or deterioration. Notes must be made about condition, as well as verification of contents. The pace slows to perhaps 60 to 70 boxes per hour, but the care is necessary. The temperature in the cellar is constant, cool but not cold, maintained at exactly 58 degrees Fahrenheit, according to the thermometer mounted on the wall. The humidity is controlled as well, kept at precisely 45% to prevent the wood from drying out or absorbing too much moisture. These conditions are maintained by powerful preservation spells carved into the walls and ceiling, spells that have been active for centuries and will continue for centuries more. You can feel the spells working as a gentle pressure in the air, a sense of magic actively maintaining stasis. It's not uncomfortable, but it's definitely noticeable, especially after spending hours in the less heavily spelled areas upstairs. The cellar is lit by spelled globes hanging from the ceiling, not oil lamps like upstairs, but permanent magical lights that burn without fuel and without heat. The light they produce is cooler than lamplight, whiter, more like daylight than firelight. It's good light for examining wands, revealing true colours without the yellow cast that oil lamps produce. By 5:50 AM, you're 50 boxes into Section G, and your body is seriously protesting the extended work period now. Your back aches deeply from the prolonged bending to examine boxes on the lower shelves. Your eyes burn from the constant close focus in the bright white light of the spelled globes. Your feet hurt from standing on the stone floor, which is harder and less forgiving than the wooden floors upstairs. You take another brief rest, sitting on the bottom step of the stairs with your back against the cold stone wall. You drink water from the bottle you brought down with you, eating one of the remaining biscuits from your earlier meal. The food helps, providing quick energy that your depleted body needs. The deep storage is quiet in a way that the upstairs rooms aren't. Here there's no traffic noise from outside, no building creaks, no environmental sounds at all except your own breathing and the occasional drip of moisture from the ceiling. The silence is profound and slightly oppressive, the weight of earth and stone pressing down from above. But there's also something peaceful about being in this underground space, surrounded by centuries of magical craft, alone with objects that have waited decades or centuries for their purpose to be fulfilled. You are, in this moment, the only person in the world interacting with these particular wands, the only consciousness aware of their existence. It's a strange privilege and a heavy responsibility. After 10 minutes of rest, you force yourself to stand and return to the counting. Your body protests, but you override the protest. Only 750 boxes or so remain in this section, then another section or two after this, then you'll be done. You can do this. You've come too far to stop now. Box after box, case after case, each one requiring careful attention, each one a small piece of Ollivander's history and legacy. The work continues through the last hours before dawn. Box G-143 contains something unusual even by deep storage standards. The case is made of ebony, polished to a mirror finish, with silver clasps and a silver plate identifying the contents. Elder wood, thestral tail hair, 1338, unyielding, crafted, 1743. You open the case with particular care, aware that you're handling something exceptionally rare and powerful. Elder wood alone is uncommon. The elder tree has powerful associations with death and endings, and wands made from it are notoriously difficult to master. Thestral tail hair is even rarer as a core material obtained only from thestrals, those skeletal winged horses that are visible only to those who have witnessed and understood death. The combination of elderwood and thestral tail hair creates a wand of extraordinary power, one that will only serve a very specific type of wizard. This is not a wand for the faint of heart or the inexperienced. This is a wand that demands strength, wisdom, and a deep understanding of mortality. The wand itself is distinctive. The wood is dark and dense with a rippled grain that seems to shift slightly in the light, creating an illusion of movement. The surface has been polished to a deep luster that makes it look almost wet. When you carefully lift the wand to verify the core type, you feel a coldness that has nothing to do with the cellar's temperature. This is the coldness of death itself, acknowledged and contained. The wand feels heavy despite its actual weight being quite light. This is magical weight, the burden of power, the responsibility of wielding something this potent. You hold it for only a few seconds, just long enough to confirm the core type and verify the condition, then you return it quickly to its case. According to the ledger notes, this wand has been in storage for 282 years. It was crafted by Gerbold Ollivander IV. You recognise the name from the shop's history, and his annotation reads, "For a master who does not yet exist. This wand knows exactly what it requires and will wait without complaint until that wizard is born. Do not attempt to force a match. The wand will choose in its own time." The note is longer than usual, suggesting that Gerbold IV felt strongly about this particular piece. You can understand why. This is not just a wand, but a creation of the highest order, the kind of piece that a wand maker might make once in a lifetime, if at all. You replace the wand carefully in its silk padding, Close the ebony case and make your verification note. Some objects are meant to wait. Some purposes require patience measured in centuries rather than years. This wand understands that and will continue waiting without complaint, for however long it takes. Section G contains several other notable wands, each with its own story recorded in the Ledger's Notes column. Box G0211 holds a wand of English oak and phoenix feather that was crafted for but never claimed by a wizard who died before reaching Ollivander's shop. The note reads, Charles Whitby, Aura trainee, killed 1889. Family returned, wand unclaimed. Excellent piece, eager to serve. Will make fine match for similar wizard. Box G0287 contains a yew and dragon heartstring wand that was returned to the shop after its wizard was killed in the Goblin rebellions of the 18th century. The note explains, originally bonded to Thomas Rule, died 1752. Wand rejected next 2 generations of royal family. Returned to shop 1791. Powerful but selective. Requires wizard of exceptional strength and clear moral purpose. Box G0342 is a rowan and unicorn hair wand that simply never found a match despite being shown to hundreds of potential wizards over the course of 190 years. The note says only, crafted 1835, tried 497 times as of 2024, refuses all, still waiting, patient wand. Each wand has its story, and some stories are tragic, some are simply long, and some remain unfinished, waiting for their ending to arrive. You read these annotations as you work, learning the hidden history of the shop and its stock through these compressed narratives. The deep storage also contains wands that were special commissions created for specific customers who then failed to claim them for various reasons. Box G0401 holds a blackthorn and phoenix feather wand commissioned in 1899 by a wizard who wanted a wand to help him become an aura, but who died during his final training exercise before ever collecting his custom piece. The note is longer here, written in a different hand, probably Mr. Ollivander's grandfather. Commissioned by David Pritchard, paid in full. Pritchard killed in duel during aura training final examination. Family contacted, no interest in claiming wand. Fine piece, suitable for aura or similar profession. Strong combat magic, excellent protection charms. A waiting right wizard. The commission wands are particularly poignant because they were made with a specific wizard in mind, shaped to their needs and preferences, only to have those plans disrupted by death or circumstance. The wands remain perfectly suited to wizards who will never claim them, waiting now for second best matches rather than the perfect matches they were designed for. You wonder what happens to these commissioned wands in the long run. Do they ever find wizards who suit them as well as their original intended users would have? Or do they always feel slightly wrong, slightly not quite right, aware that they're serving someone other than their first choice? By 6:33 AM, you're approximately 2/3 through Section G. The sky outside must be beginning to lighten now, though you can't see it from the windowless cellar. Your sense of time has become elastic in this underground space. The hours blend together, marked only by the progression of box numbers, rather than any natural rhythm of light and darkness. You discover another discrepancy at box G0512. The case is present and properly labelled, but when you open it, the silk padding shows the clear impression of a wand that is no longer there. The indentation is precise, shaped to hold a specific piece, but the wand itself is absent. There's no note in the case, no explanation. You check the ledger carefully. The entry shows G0512, Applewood, Phoenix Feather 11, supple, crafted 1897, status available. But there's a notation in the margin in different ink. Last verified 1984, present and accounted. That means the wand has been missing for at least 41 years, possibly longer. Someone conducted an inventory in 1984 and confirmed the wand was present. Sometime after that, it disappeared, and no one noticed until now. You make a detailed note. G0512, Case present, wand missing. Last verified 1984 per marginal note. No record of sale or transfer in ledger. Investigate thoroughly. Possible theft or administrative error. Priority. High. This is more serious than the other discrepancies you found. A missing wand from deep storage, where access is restricted and security is tight, raises concerning questions. Was it stolen? By whom and when? Or was it removed for some legitimate purpose and the ledger simply not updated? Mr. Ollivander will need to investigate this carefully. Such mysteries are rare but not unknown in a shop this old. Wands occasionally go missing through theft, misplacement, or administrative error. Most eventually turn up, discovered in the wrong box or found wedged behind a shelf or located in someone's personal collection after their death. But some disappearances remain unexplained, adding to the shop's accumulation of small mysteries. You continue through Section G, maintaining careful attention despite your fatigue. Each box must be verified properly, each discrepancy noted clearly. The accuracy of this inventory depends on your thoroughness now, and you refuse to let tiredness compromise the quality of your work. The cellar is beginning to feel oppressive after several hours of working underground. You're breathing air that never circulates to the outside, seeing only the same stone walls and shelves, existing in a small bubble of awareness surrounded by dark stone and older darkness. But there are only another 150 boxes or so in Section G, and then you can return to the upper floors, to windows and natural light, and the sense of being connected to the world above ground. You push through the fatigue, focusing on the steady rhythm of verify and record, verify and record. Each box completed is progress. Each wand confirmed is a small victory against the enormous scope of the task. The work is hard now, genuinely difficult, but you persist because persistence is what the task requires. By 7:15 a.m, you complete Section G and climb the stairs back to the ground floor. The change is immediately noticeable. The air is fresher, the temperature warmer, and even though dawn has only just broken, there's a different quality to the light, a sense that day has arrived and night is finally over. You emerge into the primary back room and take a long moment to simply stand and breathe, letting your body adjust to being above ground again. Your legs are tired from the stairs, your back aches from bending over the low shelves in the cellar, and your eyes need time to readjust to the different lighting. Through the open door to the front room, you can see that the sky beyond the windows has transitioned from black to grey to a pale blue. Dawn has come, tentative and cool, bringing with it the promise of a new day. The street lamps outside have extinguished themselves, their magic sensing mechanisms detecting sufficient natural light. You make your way to the small break area and sit down properly for the first time in hours. Your body melts into the chair, every muscle releasing tension it's been holding throughout the night. You pour yourself water and drink it slowly, then pour another glass and drink that too. You're more dehydrated than you realized, your body having depleted its fluids through hours of physical work and breathing dry air. While you rest, you review your progress. Section G complete. 743 boxes verified. 2 significant discrepancies noted. 1 missing wand. 1 case of degraded preservation spell that will need renewal. Sections A through G complete, representing approximately 2,500 boxes verified out of roughly 6,000 total. You calculate your pace over the entire night. In approximately 12 hours of active work, excluding breaks, you've verified 2,500 boxes, averaging about 208 boxes per hour. That's better than your initial estimates, suggesting that despite the fatigue, you've maintained good efficiency throughout. If you continue at this pace, completing the remaining 3,500 boxes should take approximately 17 hours of additional work. Spread across 2 or 3 more sessions, that's manageable. You've proven the system works, established a good rhythm, and made substantial progress. The decision facing you now is whether to continue working or to stop and rest. You've been awake for over 24 hours at this point, and the fatigue is significant. Continuing might mean making mistakes, missing discrepancies, or injuring yourself through inattention. But stopping means leaving the inventory incomplete for another day. You decide to continue for a bit longer, at least to complete the next section. The vault sections, H and I, are relatively small, only 350 boxes combined, and would give you a satisfying stopping point. If you can finish those sections in the next 3 or 4 hours, you'll have completed all the main storage areas, leaving only the workshop sections for your next session. You stand and stretch thoroughly, spending 5 minutes working through a complete series of stretches. You reach your arms overhead, feeling your spine lengthen. You bend forward, letting your hands hang toward the floor, feeling the stretch in your hamstrings and lower back. You twist side to side, rotating your spine. You roll your shoulders and neck, releasing accumulated tension. The stretching helps significantly. When you finish, your body feels more capable, more ready to continue. The aches remain, but they're manageable rather than debilitating. Through the front windows, Diagon Alley is beginning to wake up properly now. A few early risers move along the cobblestones, shop owners arriving to prepare for opening, delivery wizards bringing supplies, the occasional early customer. The bakery down the street must have opened, because you can smell fresh bread on the air that seeps in through the spelled windows. The smell is wonderful, yeasty and warm, promising comfort and nourishment. Your stomach responds immediately, reminding you that you haven't eaten anything substantial in many hours. The biscuits and sandwiches from earlier are long gone, their energy depleted. You consider going to buy fresh bread from the bakery, but decide against it. Leaving the shop means locking up, which means interrupting your workflow. Better to finish the vault sections first, then go out for proper breakfast as a reward for completing the major storage areas. The vault room opens off the primary back room, a reinforced space with a heavy door and additional security spells. You unlock it, another key, another password, Pretium Dignus, worthy of the price, and step into a room that's smaller than you expected from its impressive name. The vault is really just a large closet, perhaps 10 feet square, with shelving on 3 walls and a small table in the centre. But the security here is significantly stronger than in other areas. You can feel the protective spells as a buzzing sensation on your skin, magic actively scanning for threats and unauthorized access. Section H begins at the door and runs clockwise around the room. You locate the corresponding page in the ledger, page 634, and read the first entry. H01, Vault Section H, South Wall, Mahogany, Phoenix Feather, 14.5 inches, reasonably pliant, crafted, 2024, available. This is very recent, crafted last year, still essentially new. Mahogany is expensive and difficult to work, imported from tropical regions and requiring special handling. Combined with Phoenix Feather, this creates a premium wand, probably priced at 3 or 4 times the cost of a standard oak and unicorn hairpiece. The box for this wand is not the simple pale wood of most inventory, but rather a custom mahogany case that matches the wand wood. When you open it, you find the wand nestled in deep purple velvet, the contrast between the dark red-brown wood and the rich purple fabric creating a striking visual effect. The wand itself is beautiful. The mahogany has been polished to a deep luster that brings out the wood's natural reddish tones and subtle grain patterns. The wood feels dense and warm, almost alive with contained potential. The Phoenix Feather core produces a gentle warmth that you can feel even without touching the wand directly. This is a wand for a powerful wizard, someone with both the skill to channel the Phoenix Feather's capabilities and the resources to afford such a premium piece. It will find its match eventually, probably sooner rather than later. Mahogany and Phoenix Feather is a classic combination for ambitious young wizards from wealthy families. The work in the vault proceeds slowly because each wand here requires careful examination and detailed notes about condition. Mr. Ollivander is particular about his premium stock, and the inventory must reflect not just presence, but quality. You note any small scratches, any minor wear, any slight discoloration that might have developed since the last inspection. These wands are the shop's most valuable pieces, not just in terms of price, but also in terms of rarity and magical power. Each one represents significant investment of materials and time, and each one is held to the highest standards of craftsmanship. By 9:22 a.m, you're through the first 50 boxes of Section H. The work is going well, no significant issues discovered. Through the vault's small window, barely more than a slit in the wall, you can see that morning is fully established now. The sky's bright, the sun well above the horizon, the day proceeding normally for everyone except you, who is still counting wands from last night's work. You hear sounds from the front of the shop, Mr. Ollivander arriving probably, preparing to open for the day's business. You hear his footsteps, the rustle of his robes, the small sounds of someone moving through familiar space. He doesn't come to check on you, respecting your focus on the work. The vault sections take another 3 hours to complete. Section H contains 147 boxes, Section 1 another 203 boxes, each one carefully examined, each one properly verified. The premium wands are all present and accounted for, all in excellent condition, ready for their eventual buyers. By 12:30 p.m, you complete both vault sections and finally allow yourself to stop. You've been working for approximately 18 hours with only brief breaks, and your body is done. The fatigue is overwhelming now, a weight that can't be ignored any longer. You lock the vault carefully, return all keys to their proper places, and make final notes in your work log. First major session complete, 12:30 p.m. Wednesday, sections A through I verified. Total, 2,150 boxes. Remaining, sections J, K, L, M, N, approximately 3,250 boxes. Resume Thursday evening. The cleanup is minimal. You organise your notes, ensure the ledgers are secure, and straighten the workspace. Mr. Ollivander is in the front room now, preparing for opening, and you go to report your progress. "Ah, good morning," he says, looking up from arranging wand boxes on the counter. "A productive night, I trust." "Very productive, sir. I've completed all sections through I, approximately 2,150 boxes verified. Found a dozen minor discrepancies and one significant issue, a missing wand from deep storage, box G0512. His eyebrows rise slightly. G0512. Yes, I remember that piece. Applewood and phoenix feather. Curious. Make sure you document that thoroughly. We'll need to investigate. Already documented in detail, sir. I'll resume tomorrow evening to finish the remaining sections. Excellent. Go home and rest. You've done very well." He pauses, then adds, "There's fresh bread and coffee in the break area, if you'd like some before you leave. You've earned it." The thoughtfulness touches you again. You accept gratefully, finding the promised bread and coffee. Still hot, clearly just prepared. You eat and drink quickly, too, tired to savour, but grateful for the sustenance. Then out into Diagon Alley, where the day is proceeding normally for everyone except you, who has spent the night in another reality. The sunshine is bright after hours of lamplight, the sounds of the busy alley almost overwhelming after hours of silence. You feel disconnected, as if you're a ghost walking through the living world. You make your way to the leaky cauldron and home through the flue, to bed, to sleep that comes immediately and completely. The inventory is not finished, but you've made remarkable progress. When you wake, it will be time to plan the next session, to finish what you've started. But for now, sleep. Deep, dreamless, well-earned sleep. When you return Thursday evening, refreshed by a full day's sleep, the remaining work proceeds smoothly. Sections J and K, the overflow storage in the primary back room, take approximately 8 hours to complete. Another 1,400 boxes, all verified and recorded. Section L, the special cabinet, takes only 2 hours, 67 experimental and research pieces, each one fascinating, each one telling stories about the evolution of wand-making craft. The workshop sections, M and N, are quick work, about 50 pieces currently in various stages of completion or recent finishing. You handle these carefully, following Mr. Ollivander's protocols for work in progress. By Saturday morning, the full inventory is complete. 6,127 wands, all counted, all verified, all properly documented. The discrepancy rate is remarkably low. 11 issues total out of over 6,000 boxes, mostly minor problems easily resolved. You create the final report, summarizing the work in careful detail. Mr. Ollivander reviews it, nods with satisfaction, and makes a notation in the master inventory log. October 2025, complete inventory verified. Total stock, 6,127 wands. System functioning well. Excellent work. The task that seemed impossibly large 3 days ago is now complete. The wands are counted, the ledgers are updated, the discrepancies are documented. The shop can continue its work, confident that its records are accurate and complete. You've learned things that no amount of formal study could teach. You've touched 6,000 wands, learned their woods and cores, understood their characters and histories. You've participated in an ancient tradition, adding your small contribution to the ongoing story of Ollivanders. And somewhere in the shelves, the wands continue their patient waiting. Box A, 001, through Box N, 008, each one present and accounted for, each one ready for the moment when its wizard finally arrives. The inventory is complete, the wands wait, and you've done your part in maintaining the system that makes their waiting purposeful and their eventual matches possible. Rest now, knowing the work was done well, that the counting mattered, that the patience was worthwhile. The shop's door is locked, the protective spells are active, the wands are safe in their boxes, properly counted, accurately recorded, ready for tomorrow and all the tomorrows that follow. All is well in Ollivander's shop. Good night.